So just to update you, we're waiting for Mikuláš that will be here in a few minutes, and to unlock a computer so we can have the bigger screen, and then I think we're done. Thank you for your patience. Good morning, fellow pirates. We're waiting for our chair, Mikuláš, that will be here in a while. In the meantime, we are registering the presence of the esteemed delegates. So we have Marco Confalonieri Marco from Pirati. I think we have Bjorn from Iceland. We have Thanasis from Greece. We have Thomas from Germany. And we have, I cannot see anything because of, we have Yorgo from Switzerland. And then what do we have? I ate this jitsi. thing that I cannot show. Okay, and that's it from the delegate point of view. I also encourage all the people here to join the Jitsi meeting with your headphones, please. If you don't know the link, please go to the wiki, or I will repost the link here in the chat.
Or the discourse.
Yeah, or the discourse. Okay, let's join. Also, we have the French delegate here. You have to mute. Yeah. Florian, our chairperson, also join. I say hi to our follower on YouTube. No, I'm just talking, so I mean, I say hi.
No, yeah, I'm the one who always says hello on YouTube.
Hello on YouTube.
In the pod meeting as well.
Mab also joined. We have also Oliver here that will join in a while.
Wait, are we missing the Germans?
Germans are at the hotel having breakfast, but they are late.
Yeah, Germans being late. Yeah, that's right.
Of course, of course.
Don't worry, there's one German in.
Oh, no, yeah, you're here.
No, I'm Catalan, but there's in
I
Gypsy,
mean,
there's one German.
apart from Thomas, that is a real German connecting from Germany, the Germans that are connecting from Czech Republic, so they are here. I met them just 30 minutes ago. They are having breakfast, a proper breakfast, and they will join in a while, I guess.
Well, I suggest we start.
Without Mikuláš?
Yeah.
Okay. So because Mikuláš is not here, I kindly ask our chair, that is the only chair present here, the European Pirate Party chair, that is Florian, to kindly, let's say, start the meeting. If Sarah also will join us, it would be great, because otherwise
He's
I
on
feel
his
long.
way.
Oh, yeah, on his way. Okay. So Florian, please, the chair is your chair.
Okay. Hello, everyone. On behalf of the board, I'm thanking you for coming, both in person and remotely. We will be starting right now with the checking in of the delegates. So I'm asking the minute takers and the meetings administration to double check the delegates, the presence of delegates. Yeah. So if anyone didn't register yet on the discourse, please send at least a message on the Jitsi to declare yourself. And in the meantime, our little hands and eyes will verify that everyone is with us. Okay, so in order to confirm with all of you, we have Pirati in the person of Marco. Can you hear me, Marco?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Then we have Exile for the Catalonians. I can see him in the room, no problem. We have two delegates, Yorgo and Pipo for the Switzerland Pirate Party. I can see Yorgo in the chat. Hello. We then have both our German delegates, Lucas and Thomas.
Yes.
Thank you. We have the French delegate in person, so that is covered. We have Thanasios, the Greek delegate, which is present. Can you hear me?
Ahoy.
On to the Icelandic delegate, Bjorn.
Good morning.
Thank you. Next in line are our two Dutch delegates, Edgy and Witze, both present in person. Thank you. And that is it for the roll call. Mikuláš is still getting installed. Do we have any observer members with us? Okay, Bastian for the Potsdam party.
We also have observer member from the Bavarian Pirates. He will attend in person, but we are on our way.
And give us a few more minutes for Mikuláš to finish his installation. And we will be going into the agenda directly after that. Okay, thank you for waiting for a few seconds. Mikolas is now ready. Before transferring over the chairing, I would call on us to appoint the chairperson of the meeting as well as the minute takers. So as a suggestion from the boards, we would like to suggest Mikolas to chair the meeting. And unless a delegate calls for a formal vote, we will be considering Mikolas to be approved. I'm going to give you a few seconds. In the process of installing materials. Okay, thank you. Therefore, we consider Mikolas to be appointed as chairperson for this meeting. As secretary, we would like to suggest Alessandro and Sarah, two board members, to be in charge of the minute taking. And same procedure, unless someone calls for a formal vote, we will consider these persons to be appointed. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Alessandro and Sarah are considered to be the secretaries for this meeting. I am then declaring the meeting open as of 9:49 CET. And I will transfer the chairing to Mikolas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florian. Thanks for the opportunity to chair once again the European Pirate Party Council meeting. And thank you all for coming here and participating in this wonderful event of pan-European democracy. As it is my understanding, and forgive me if I'm wrong because I've just took over the chairing and of the agenda. We have an agenda proposed by the board, and the first, let's say, 4 formal points until up to election of meeting chairs and minute takers were already done. The last point of for the meeting of the meeting administration that remains is the approval of the agenda that I see down there. You all should have the meeting minutes where there is the proposal. It's in discourse. I'm sorry. So then it is it's in discourse. This is the proposal of the board, and I would like to ask you to first of all review it, and in case you feel something is missing or shall be added, to propose your additions. So the link to the proposed agenda is in the Jitsi chat provided by Florian, so you can all access it. And may I ask you, are there any proposals to change it? Please raise your hands if so. I see no hands risen neither in the room nor online. So I propose to vote on the proposed agenda as it is in the discourse. So may I ask for?
The vote will be on discourse as well.
Yeah, the vote will be on the discourse provided immediately. So the link to the vote for discourse was provided right now by Florian to the GC chat. So please vote on the proposed agenda. Yeah. So please cast the vote if you have not done yet. So I see only five delegates so far voting. So please do, so that we have well-established agenda for the meeting. Well, I still see young pirates missing, if I'm not wrong. Okay, so it's not present. Okay, so last 20 seconds to cast the vote, and then we will have to count the votes, which seem to be kinda easy. Okay, so I'm officially closing the votes for the agenda, and I would like to ask the scrutiny to calculate the results, which seem to be obvious but shall be recorded for, so that we practice it for the further votes incoming. Alessandra, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to just bear with us because the first minutes of every council meeting is a bit not messy nor problematic, but maybe because of also there are new delegates from our fellow members. I suggest you to take in account how many votes your party actually has. To do so, you have to either go to the official discourse thread where delegates and vote are there. For instance, Iceland has more than one vote, has 3 votes if I'm not mistaken. France has only 1, and Germany has 2. And so it would be easier when you cast your votes just to explain how many votes you're actually having and putting in place. Thank you.
That will be absolutely marvelous. Please don't forget to remind the number of votes you use. And secondly, don't forget to vote, especially applies for Czech pirates. So may I ask Florian to declare the results of the vote?
Okay, so the results for the agenda is 12 in favor, no one against, no abstentions, so it's adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we adopted the agenda as proposed. And with that, we can finish the first point of the agenda, which is called meeting administration, and go to the second big point that is called updates, starting with the treasurer report. With that, I would like to give the floor to treasurer to inform us about the current situation of the association.
Thank you, Mikuláš. Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me just greet you all. It's a pleasure to be here in Prague. It's my first time here in the Pirate Center in Prague. That is actually awesome. So thanks to the Czechs, and also I would like to thank you, Mikuláš, to chair this meeting in this let's say particular period of our Pirates history. And it's very important for me. It's been a long time that I'm here in the Pirate movement with you, with all of you, but especially in the board with Mikuláš. So I would like to thank him again to participate and to chair this meeting for us. It's an honor and a pleasure to serve. So briefly report from me. I will share with you a link that is the update 2024 report in a while. If you allow me, this is just the updated version. And for those of you who actually follow up the last board meeting that we had 10 days ago online, you will see a slightly different, just a change, just because the Pirate Party of Greece paid the 2024 fees and also the outstanding fees. So as you can see now, the budget is slightly different and we increase our income. I would not annoy you a lot, but I would like to explain how this budget has been calculated. So just give me 5 minutes. If there is somebody of you that cannot follow the link that I've posted, please raise the hand and I will share my screen. Otherwise, I will go through the section that is the part one is income. So basically how this has been done. You can see there are two columns. The first column is the budget that we had approved in 2024 for 2024, and the second column is the current result. A budget has been established into sections. So we have part one that is income, then part two are the current expenses, and finally part three is the results. Every part has been divided into chapters based on the nature of the part. So for instance, let's start with part one. We have chapter one, our fixed income, meaning that only basically membership fees. They can be either current membership or past membership. This means that because it could be that some member has some outstanding fees from the past. I would like to remember you that in the council meeting that we had, actually in Strasbourg, we decided to waive all the past due membership fees until 2021 included. So basically all the past membership fees, outstanding fees, are related to 2022 and 2023. This was the situation. We should have collect 1,300 euro for the 2024 membership fees, but due to the fact that some basically when we've done this in Luxembourg in January, some parties left or just change to observer per their request. What we collect so far is only 1,150 euros. That basically is all the active members except for the Pirate Party of Poland. That's the status quo. For the past membership fees, we were able also to collect some membership fees, outstanding fees from the Pirate Party of Switzerland and the Pirate Party of Greece. Everything can be, let's say, double checked here, because we finally have only one bank account, that is the PPEU Bank transparent bank account, where all of you and actually everybody in the world plus Mars and the Moon can check the pirate movements. This is the link. So actually this is not a good link because it's just for the last transaction. So let me give you a more interesting links. That is the 2024 movement. This is quite, a bit more interesting, so you can follow every single movement. As you can see, last income was just this week for the Pirate Party of Greece. If we move forward to the next section, we will have the part 2, that is expenses. Now I'm really happy that this year, apart from collecting everything in one bank account, this one, and closing all the others, that I'm really happy that we sorted out with the great help of Marchetta, that is actually the owner of this bank account, the legal owner. The board and I think also not the council, actually not the board, appointed her to be the owner of this account, of this bank account. She was able to transfer me the power of transactions. So I've traveled to Prague. I opened my personal PPEU Bank internet banking account as a treasurer, appointed treasurer, and Marchetta just granted me the permission to make movements. And that's why we will be able for the very first time to spend money without, me myself. I was flattered actually, because it was a pleasure to, at some point in August, I just make my first movement as a treasurer. So as you see, the expenses, just to introduce the expensive part. So we paid something this year. Meaning that you see, banking fees was something that we don't have, so it's a zero. But we have some registration expenses to the Luxembourgish Chamber of Commerce. So basically, the Bureau of LBR, the Bureau of Registration. Thanks to those, especially to Maya that did, and to Florian that did the job, basically. So I was able to reimburse them, based on, of course, on invoices that they provide. Also, I would like to clarify why we have this 153.31 expensive in the registration. So let me explain just briefly. We as Pirati, Pirati as a member, one of the two Italian pirate parties present. Yes, because in Italy we have this singularity. So we have this singularity, splitting 0 into 2 parts, that is 0 and 0, but never mind. We actually applied for we tried to have this list in 2024, the European elections. So what happened? We asked the Mikuláš and the former chair of PPEU to provide us some documents that comes from Brussels, and Mikuláš, with the help of Florian, did it. They had some little expenses, they provide all the invoices, and we would like to reimburse as Pirati. But unfortunately, there was a miscommunication. At the time, I wasn't able to move movements directly from the bank account, so basically the PPEU reimbursed them. Then what happened? Of course, we made a donation. Pirati made a donation of 75 euro. The amount of this expenses was 75 euros. So Pirati made a donation of 75 euros in order not to charge the European party, of course, of this reimbursement. And that's why I put anyway the expenses in the registration budget. So that's why you will find this there. And the 75 euro that Pirati just provide to the PPEU in the donation chapters. That's why the chapter 2 variable income is 75 euro. You can find this every movement in the Internet FIO Bank transparent account. To move forward, we also had 707.34 IT services expenses. This is also related to basically to two things. We paid in 2024 around 470 euro for the Mattermost server, and also we finally was able to get all the past invoices from the great collaboration with the company and Bastian run. So we paid all the past fees that we haven't done before. I do apologize for this. We did it late, but at least we did it. And this put the whole amount into 707.34 euro for the IT services expenses. Then we can move forward to the variable expenses. So basically, we had this 1,000 euro for the emergency expenses approved, and for one of the, I must say, the first time in our history, we spent the money that we had. How? Well, basically we did this into two things. The first was a board meeting that we held in Brussels. You had this report also in one of the previous council meetings. So we had this board meeting in Brussels, and Florian was able to arrange a very nice place and not so expensive. Less than 300 euro, as far as I remember, was like 279 euro. And after he provided the invoices, I paid that invoices for this venue. Also, the board approved, let's say, I would call a mission, if we were in the European Parliament, a mission to Germany, where when Mikuláš and Florian met Bastian in Germany to sort it out the IT stuff. They provide me all the invoices and I reimburse them. You can find all this movement in the Internet FIO Bank transparent account. So the total cost was around 979.25 euro. And that's end the chapter 2 variable expenses, because due to our great Luxembourgish pirates and also to our current hosts the Czech Pirates. We didn't spend anything for the organization of council meetings in 2024. We spent nothing for other events, nothing for campaigning, and you can see there the result. So basically, the expected final balance should be 10,000 euro, more or less 10,000 euro, and it's almost 13,000 euros. I would say that this could change in the meantime because the year is not finished yet, but I'm not expecting that anything will change anymore. Sorry for being too long. I would transfer back the chair to Mikuláš. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandro, for this very precise report. And thank you very much also for running the PPEU finances in this progressive way that we actually do spend money. I mean, like, it's an important exercise, and I'm happy that we have learned that. Actually, I would like to ask the assembly whether there are any questions for Alessandro. Is anybody interested? Anything regarding the finances? Now we have the opportunity. Okay, I see no hands risen, which seem to be an indication of our finances being healthy and fine. So with that, I believe we can finalize this first point of updates and go to the second one, which is called applications for the 18th council meeting. And there I would like to transfer there I would like to give the floor to Florian to actually explain this request.
Hello again, everyone. So on behalf of the board, we wanted to give you an update on the next and upcoming council meeting, which will be held in February. As of now, no Pirate Party offers to host it, so it is very much still in the cards. We would welcome any interested member offering to host it. Being in person is always more exciting and a nice way to network and share experiences, even ideas. So yeah, just for the information, we will be holding this meeting in February, where we will notably elect the new boards and the budget. So yeah, please reach out to us if you are interested in the coming days and weeks even. Thank you.
I see hand risen from Exile, so please feel free to react.
Yes, my apologies. Mab recalled the deadline in the chat, but it is on the 11th of December.
Are there any more questions or maybe spontaneous applications for hosting the next council meeting? Seems not to be the case, unfortunately, but hopefully we will receive some in the upcoming weeks. But with that, I believe we can close this point of update and go for the next point on the agenda, which will be way more exciting, and that's the board election preparation, starting with the nominations assessment. So, do you want to introduce it? So I give the floor to Florian to provide us introduction of this point.
Yes, so a little point of order, because we only need a few formal confirmations, but we will be electing 2 board members. to complete the board. These board members will have the term going until the 18th council meeting. Currently, we had 4 nominations, 2 of which were declined. Namely, Marketa declined her nomination. So did one of the German nominees. I cannot quite find back the name. Scottish Davudi retired their candidacies, and we are not completely certain of the acceptance. No, okay. I'm informed that Babak accepted the nomination, so we have 2 persons nominated and who confirmed their nominations for the 2 open board positions, namely Babak Tobis and Bjorn Levi Gunnarsson. So this concludes the points of the nominations assessment. Moving on to the presentation of candidates, these 2 persons had threads opened for them to introduce themselves in the discourse. Give us a few minutes to retrieve it, post it in the chat so you can have a look, and then we will move on to potential questions.
So thank you very much, Florian, for the introduction of the scheduled or the schedule of this remaining board term, or like board terms, not elections, or like what's it called? Well, never mind. I see one hand risen with the questions or comments coming from Lucas from the German Pirates. So please feel free to comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the assembly if it's fine for you if I try to reach out to Babak so he can introduce himself in the meeting here, because I don't know if he wrote something in the discourse, but I can ask him if he is available at the moment to introduce himself.
We would certainly gladly see the both candidates presenting themselves on stream. So if Baba could be able to reach us, it will be absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, let's prepare the written questions and comments from the discourse. And I would suggest that if we are still trying to reach Babak, we will start with the audiovisual presentation of Björn as the first one, and give Babak a bit more time to reach to connect. But let's first wait for the written comments from the discourse. So I was informed that actually we have no discussions to be reviewed from the discourse, and allegedly both of the candidates are available in the Jitsi. So I would like to give the stage to Björn for 2 minutes to introduce himself.
Hello, Björn Levi Gunnarsson here, member of the Pirate Party Iceland. Been a member of parliament in Iceland since 2016, deputy member since 2013, and a member of the Icelandic Party since 2013. And I'm just here to prolong the Pirate Party movement. We have interesting times ahead of us. A lot has changed in the past decade plus for the Pirate Party movement, and our mandate of sorts, with the invent of AI and more automation and the prevalence of privacy is still a very big issue online, and we need to expand a bit on our original manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was short and precise. So with that, I hope we can also give the floor to Babak if he is available.
Thank you. Yes, I'm available. My name is Babak Tubus. I'm 52 years old. I've been in the Pirate Party Germany since 2009. And as Björn just said, we have some, I would say, troubled times ahead of us. And we need to cooperate in this matter a lot to have some kind of future for all of us that we like to live in a kind of freedom and social awareness and cooperation. So it's a lot of work. It even got more and worse in the past years, decades. So I would like to participate in that with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babak, for the introduction. So with that, I believe we can have the questions for both of the candidates. So if you have any question for a candidate, please raise your hands and try to squeeze your question within 30 seconds. We expect the answers to have to be up to 1 minute. Marco?
Yes, I have a question for Björn. Provided that you are a candidate, in case you get elected, do you think that you would still have time for your duties as a board member?
As a board member, yes. There was a complication regarding the last board member when there was running for like some chairmanship and stuff like that. No time for that. So as a board member, yes.
Thank you.
Thanasis, please.
Hello everyone, do you hear me?
Yes.
Information, okay. I'd like to ask a question to both nominated members, and the question basically regards, first of all, how do they view the situation with the far right with the far right situation generally in the world and in Europe specifically. We see that their percentages are raising extremely. We've even seen governments formed from such parties and so on. Furthermore, I'd like to know their stance on the Israel and Palestinian conflict. And third, I'd like to hear about the situation in Russia and Ukraine in regard to the recent voting of the European Parliament about the use of Western weapons from the part of Ukraine to Russian land.
Thank you very much. So I believe these were very clear political-oriented questions regarding the far right, the Israel-Palestine situation, and the situation in the Ukraine. So I would like to ask first Babak now to reply to the question from Thanasis.
Thanks, Thanasis, for these kind of questions, even though there are very big rocks falling down. Let's start with the Israel-Palestinian part. It's something you can't have war in any case. So the way they are dealing, both sides, is not appropriate. So what you have to find is a solution, and there has been a solution in the past before Arafat died. To find a new solution, a peaceful one, is a task of its own, and something quite hard to achieve. But it has to be peaceful, or it will not last. That's just one, and I don't care who's the attacker. They're both wrong. On the Ukraine and Russian part, the war, actually there has been contracts in the past between nations, and even though I did like Russia, or I like Russian people and the cultures in some kind, this is an aggression, and the contract has been not looked at. So this is a kind of war that should not be, and so Russia needs to get back and apply to what the contract tells the nations to do. I'm sorry for the first one you asked. I think it was the world position, the political and the normal position in the world. We do have some kind of problems, a lot of problems. They are all combining, and so nations or people in nations not being able to live where they have been born, or other reasons why they need to choose to go somewhere else, is a big problem. And that cannot be solved only with borders and guns at the borders. So to have a solution, a real one, you need to cooperate worldwide in some cases. And because of some egocentric people being in power at the moment, this is hard to achieve. But the situations have to be looked at one by one, and to see in combination how they are in combination. For that, I might have an opinion, but actually, I do have some people who have much more knowledge about each part of the world than I do. So I will always ask them for information, and then have to check if that's appropriate, and see to achieve some kind of world that the people coming after us can live in. That's the biggest goal I'm looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer. I believe these were three questions, so it was legitimate to use this whole time limit. But now I'm giving the same opportunity to reply to them.
Yes, thank you. Regarding weapons, Iceland is a small country with no army and no weapons, so we do not support buying weapons for Ukraine, like Iceland buying weapons for Ukraine, and can't really be a part of that kind of process. So we provide aid in any other way. Russia is, as a state, not as a nation, in my opinion, an aggressor here, and should answer to that in every conceivable international way possible. Regarding the Israel-Palestinian conflict, there is genocide happening. Simple as that. The response to the Hamas attack is in no way proportional to any international laws. And at the same time, that's a state attacking civilians. It's not a state attacking state or anything like that. It's so. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers those questions.
Thank you very much. I believe this is very much sufficient to let's say find out on the candidates' geopolitical views. Maybe Alessandro, do you have one more?
Yeah, thank you, Mikolas. I have a quick question for both. Because first of all, I do thank you, Thanasis, for pointing out this very, let's say, heavy question or even controversial or whatever, because it gives all of us the possibility to evaluate how these two candidates, these two fellow pirates, are handling their emotions or their thoughts or their cultural belongings. But because at last board meeting we had this coming up question in regards of if we as board members, because I am actually a board member, and I would be pleased to work with you all in the next few months. There is this upcoming question regarding if we as board members are representing somehow our parties, our member parties, right, or not. So I have a pretty much clear. Of course, we represent ourselves because it's our lives. So I cannot be myself in as a board member. So time. So sorry. I would very quickly. So the thing is. Do you think that you're representing yourself, or your sorry? Do you think that the board position is actually represented as your original party, or do you think more that being a more member you are representing the pirate party of Europe and you are basically the European pirate party and you're basically a servant to everyone? Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you so much. That's also an important question regarding the loyalty in every pan-European political body. So let's start now again with Björn. Please, 1 minute for the answer.
Yes, thank you. I regard an elected position as being in service of, definitely. But still, what I stated here about the issues regarding Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, and Russia is both my position and the position of the Icelandic Pirate Party. Is where I hold a position of service. So I think that covers it.
As a board member of the German Pirate Party, in this position, I'm always talking about in favor of the German Pirate Party. But if I'm talking as a member of this board, then I'm always having to check and look to talk in favor of this board and the European parties. So it depends always for what reason I'm talking or answering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe this was a very important question to assess the candidate's integrity. I see a question, hand risen from Exile, so please ask the question. Again, let's keep the time.
I'm sorry, I'm seeing one person, Exile, that you raised your hand, but I'm not hearing any kind of question or other saying.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have had him in the room and didn't realize that this is not the case on the Jitsi.
I'm sorry. Okay, so now it's better. My question was, as both
Still nothing.
you've done already work for the private movement in the Iceland case in the National Parliament or in a direct position like what I've done. Are there already some contacts to international?
Could you maybe repeat that because it was not really clear what has been said?
Maybe if I may rephrase the question, the question was focused whether you have any existing contacts regarding the towards the international pirate movements, like for example the Pirate Parties International or other pirate organization. Am I interpreting that correct? Yes. Thanks. So maybe you can start, Babak, if it is clear.
At the moment, I do not have any other. I'm not working for the Pirate Party International or some other international things. I'm just working with some people in that case. I'm I'm a board member of the German Pirate Party, but I don't have anything else at the moment. Thank you.
I think that's clear, Pierre.
No, I'm currently only working like as a member of parliament with no other affiliations.
Okay, I believe that's clear, and also defines the, let's say, allegiance to the of the members. Are there any more questions for our candidates? I see it's not the case, and concerning the fact that the situation here is specific in the sense that we have two positions to be elected and same time two candidates, I believe we can go directly to the vote. Basically, the logic shall follow, in my understanding, the Article 17.6 of the statutes for election of the board members. Which means that, in other words, both of the candidates have to receive more than 50% of the votes casted. So, with that, I would like to open the vote. We can do it in parallel, and I believe we can do it directly publicly, because we basically just need for both of the candidates check the approval rating, basically. So I would like to ask the scrutiny to prepare the link for that. As said previously, please consider the amount of votes you as a delegate represent or hold. You can cast as many votes as you have. So you get, for example, if you have 3, you can cast 0, 1, 2, or 3 for each of the candidates. You can cast 3 for both, 3 for one, 3 for the second, or neither for neither of them. So with that, I hope the vote is clear. If so, do not hesitate to ask the questions, and don't forget that we are working together in order to have strong pan-European board of the pirates for further pirate cooperation. The link was provided to Jitsi, so yes, you can open it there in the discourse, and you can cast one. So I see we have the votes casted. So I officially close the vote, and I would like to ask the scrutiny to count. Although it looks very clear. Sorry.
It's typing.
It's closed.
Okay.
He said closed, I closed.
Okay, I would like to reopen the vote for Catalonians to cast it. Okay, so we have received some information about discourse being overloaded. So let's keep the vote open so that that the candidates, the delegates can still vote. I believe that despite the minor technical struggles, all of the delegates voted. So now I'm officially closing the vote. So I would like to ask Alessandro to announce the results.
With pleasure. We have 17 votes for Babak and 19 votes for Bjorn, with a maximum of 19 votes.
So hereby I declare both of the candidates to be elected members of the board of the European Pirate Party. Thank you very much for the support, and I would like to congratulate to both candidates for the success. With that, we have now scheduled a half an hour coffee break before we continue further in the program. That means that we would like to meet here at 11:30 sharp. Yeah?
35 minutes.
35 minutes, yeah.
You're checking.
I believe it is fine. So I would say 11:30 sharp, and who is late will lose the wonderful discussion about budget as a punishment.
next council meeting. So the approval of the 2025 budget and the next board election. Maybe it won't be the case, but if there is nothing at least approved, there is nothing that we can do. Also, as I've done before, I will provide a new link because also the last one changed a bit, even due to our discussion, internal board discussion, and also because the data changed in between. So give me a while. I'll put the link here. Yes. So let's go quickly through into it. The thing is income part one. So the balance forward it's not 2023, it's 2024. I see now the first error. Never mind. I will change it while I'm speaking. So the chapter 0, of course, it won't be 2023 balance forward. It will be 2024. This is the actual money that we are willing to have next January the 1st, almost 13,000 euro. We have to be realistic. Income. So if we maintain the membership fees as they are now, this is also not a discussion because, as you know, now and then every year is a good year to change it or not to change it. Now it's 50 euro per vote, per member per vote, and I'm quite confident that we can at least have all the membership fees that we had last year. This 1,200, it's a bit to be more confident that either over collect also the Polish membership fees or eventually we can have back the Norwegian pirates in. So this is roughly what the money we can count on for the next year in membership fees if the membership fees will not be changed. Honestly, I don't think that we will get anything from the past membership fees, so I draw a clear zero. And also about the variable income, this is something that also has to be discussed, in my opinion, because donations. I mean, I was very, very optimistic to put 500 euro in donations, in money donations or whatever. So because we basically got this 75 euro just as reimbursement from Pirati. Anyway, you're kindly. I mean, if you want to donate everything, your bank account is there, and of course every one of you can do it. But still, this is an open question. I mean, we had this discussion a couple of times, but it's also related to what we would like to do with this organization. Are we allowing to people to get in? Are we allowing to change the status? Are we allowing to change something or not? So to be very, very honest, as far as what I can see now is that the status quo is prevailing. So I will put a 0 on this stuff, even though it would be, there could be some in-kind donations that should be evaluated, and I'm referring especially for IT donations that are that could be I mean at least a relevant part of this. So if it is the case, it would be great to have this plan in advance. So this maybe not this board, but this board in preparing the next council meeting, but at least the next board can use this money not use this money, but have this money in the budget. So the information that I had is where I prepared this budget was this one. That's why I put a 0. But again, this is an open question, an open point. Moving to the expensive, so treasury banking fees, we always put something, but we had no banking fees and we will have no banking fees. So it's a 0. Board for registration, every time, you know that every time we move forward, we have another board set up, we have to register again to LBR. LBR is not that expensive as we thought, and I think that 150 euro would cover this registration, yearly registration for sure. Again, if we don't plan in advance, there is no reason to put some insurance or external audit in the expenses. And for IT, so basically the only expense that you can see here are IT services expenses. So now this is a bit again. When I've done this, I have to preserve at least the status quo, because if there are no other decision, at least we can maintain what we have. What we have is basically Discourse and Mattermost. This is what we pay for. Actually, we haven't paid anything for Mattermost, sorry, for Discourse, because it was paid by, then Mikolas can also correct me if I'm wrong, it was paid by the Pirates delegation. But in the future, because I'm not sure if this will be covered up or not, I have to put this in the budget as well. Based on what? Based on what we paid for this for Mattermost, we paid almost 500 euro. So now you can see here for service 1,400 euro maximum, and just 100 euro for domain renewals. This will cover almost the expenses for the IT service that we already have. When we move to chapter 2, variable expenses, we decided not to put any money for the organization of the council meetings. But doing so, because it could happen that maybe some of our members would like to organize something, and then something in between appears or occurs, I moved 1,500 euro to the emergency expenses in order to leave to give the possibility of the next board to react and help any host for the council meeting organization. Because if a council meeting already announced we have some trouble, financial trouble, it's quite not good to have last minute drop. And so I think that the next board should be able to react. So basically, the only expenses are 3,000 euro, and 1,000 euro, roughly 1,000 euro are the next income, and the results is almost 2,000 euro left. And as Mikolas said, of course, this is not the 100% budget approved, that will be approved only in February, but it gives the possibility at least to spend the money, especially for Mattermost, that probably the invoice will come next January. So we should grant this board, actually me, to pay almost 500 euro for the Mattermost server renewal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alessandro, for the introduction. Maybe I will just complete the picture. As said previously, the Mattermost and Discourse were systems fully owned by the European Pirate Party. Maybe there were volunteers helping to run the servers that were working elsewhere, like for example in the Pirate delegation, but nevertheless all the data and the responsibility stays on the European Pirate Party and shall be always stated that way. European Pirate Party is the owner of the data. Regarding that, it's very true. The respective server is in due to be until January. So until January, the board basically has to decide whether they want to prolong the existing contract with Vedos company and keep the server there and pay the invoice, or maybe run the migration elsewhere. But this has to be, in that case, there would have to be an invoice paid for another hosting company. With that, I finish. Thanks up to Alexandra for introduction of the proposed budget. Sorry for my factual intervention, and I open the space for questions regarding the proposed budget for 2025. Yes, Lucas?
Yes, I just have one question regarding the budget. I think that it's mostly composed by the membership fees. Are you planning in the new board or the current board to maybe run also fundraising campaign, because I think that's still one thing to get more money in, and at the moment we are spending more money a year than we are actually getting from the membership fees. So we should search for new income at some point, and I think that is a point to be considered. So I just wanted to ask if you have that in your mind.
May I answer, Chair?
I think you are the most expected to.
Thank you. That's a good point, Luca. The thing is, when you're running a fundraise campaign, in my opinion, a good fundraise, potentially a good exploit would be only given if you have a reason to do that, right? Because asking money, you can say, "Oh, this is us. This is our bank account. Just give us the money," right? It won't happen. I mean, we tried with Florian last year to open an open collective account, and at some point, I think that we did also something, right? But we stopped because there were some issues, but I mean, bureaucracy can be fixed somehow, even though it's complicated. But also we were thinking about maintaining the FIO bank, because FIO bank account has also some good advantages, that it's a transparent account, and so as you see now, the treasurer, that is me, can act and can pay or invoices without any further ado. So bureaucracy is the last point. The thing is, yes, we could, but we have never done this successfully. So my reasoning is what is missing from my point of view is a political input, right? Because yes, in such a way you're right that the treasury is also responsible for collecting money, but just collecting money for themselves for the sake of asking people money won't work. So I will rephrase this to you. How, and this was in my premises, how would you want, for instance, are we as the European Pirate Party, are we taking account also a sort of changing our status to allow individual memberships, or allow, what are we get, what would we, do you remember that we had this discussion in 2000 since at least the Icelandic Council meeting in Reykjavik, when we were talking about the second chamber or whatsoever. You see, there are many also political implications in this, right? So I will just rephrase to talk to you, dear delegates, because the council should give the board a political message, and the board then should find a way to to execute, right, this political vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I would just like shortly comment on the last part, because I think it is really important. I actually had the opportunity, as I was invited as a guest to the World General Assembly in Tirana that is ongoing in these days, in parallel, to see operations of other party. It should be stated that there is an existing equivalent of our second chamber. The one we are talking about, they actually have it. So you can see all the 30,000 Volt members voting across the whole Europe, and also all the 30,000 Volt members across Europe paying their membership fees. And not sorry, I've seen various other things, including, for example, paid chief of IT for Volt Europe. That happens if you can collect the money correctly. So maybe I'm certainly not in the position to recommend anything to the European Pirate Party, because I'm no longer the chair. But I would certainly suggest to work on some development. We should have done that in the times when I was chair. Sorry, maybe we should have progressed more. Thanks. There is a hand raised from Marek.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask, doesn't like Volt have 5 MEPs apart from like our 1 MEP? Because when you have a European party, the main, I feel like the main income of money could come from MEPs as they are like universal, European, and we don't have to fundraise and we don't have to persuade national politicians to give us some sort of finances from their side. So I think that's like a big difference that we have.
If I just can comment, of course they have now 5 members, and the 5 members they have certainly stuff, but the very basic budgetary rule in the European Parliament is that you cannot use the money from the European Parliament to finance your party. I'm talking about their own resources. They have own resources on the European level that they have basically like fundraised, and they are sufficient to actually keep 7 employees on the European level to work for the party. So this is not coming from the European Parliament actually. Sorry, I'm stepping into the discussion and I should share. Lucas, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that also that we cannot compare to them because they just get a really big amount of donations we do not get. Our goal should kind of be to try to get donations maybe from members or maybe even from companies. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. But we have to look for another source of income for the party because like at the moment we have 10,000 euros on the bank account, roughly, I think, and we are spending regarding this budget plan 1,500. We are not earning, so we cannot do that with unlimited time. We can only do it for several years, so we should, kind of prepare for the future. And I agree with Alessandro that that's also a political question, not only for the treasurer. So we as a whole should kind of work on a strategy maybe for the next year or next years on how to get more money for the European Pirate Party. And yeah, we've heard several ideas, but I think it's not the right place at the moment to discuss about it.
Okay, are there any more questions or amendments to the current budget, or we can just approve it as it is? I see no hands risen, so I would consider that to be ready for voting. So I'm closing the discussion, and I would like to ask Florian to provide us a link to approve the proposed tentative budget for 2025. Alessandro?
Yeah, just to cover the time that gives the opportunity to fix the discourse vote, I would like to remind you an important thing that are, because I totally second what Lucas said, but still, I want to be clear that also membership fees, the pirate membership fees were reduced from 300 per member party per vote to 50 euro in 2000. Actually, as far as I remember, in 2020, to just increase the let's say to reduce the heaviness of this membership fees for the small parties and increase, let's say, participation, right? And actually it worked. I mean, on one hand, we get less money because of course we get quite less money, but still it worked. If you see through the old previous budgets, you will see that apart from one or two cases, probably we got all the membership fees. That is just like 50 euro was just a cheap, just to say, hey, I'm there, and I would like to participate, right? It's more an administrative fee. It's not actually a real budget contribution. That's what I mean. And in this case, we should be aware that if we want to have real money, not huge tons of money, but operational money, running money, we should find definitely something else. Thank you.
So we are still waiting a little bit to prepare the vote on the motion or the budget. Sorry. Okay, I see Florian putting the vote on the budget on discourse to the Jitsi chat, so you can find it there. So please feel free to cast the vote. And yet again, keep in mind how many votes you actually have to represent your respective party. So I see everybody voted. Hence I'm closing the vote. And I would like to ask the scrutiny for the result. Also, it looks very obvious. Shall I do it? Okay, so I see there 18 votes casted in favor of approving the budget, nobody against, nobody abstained. So I therefore consider the budget proposal of the tentative budget to be approved. With that, we can go to the next point, and I got a request from the board to actually match the parts B and C because they effectively touch the same issue. So unless there are any objections, I'm now going to merge the points of the agenda 4B and 4C. And as there are no objections, I would like to give the floor to Florian on behalf of the board to present the motion.
Yes, thank you. So the two motions are indeed interconnected and quite similar. If you allow me, I will start with the latter, calling on a rebuilding of the European Power Party. The baseline is that following the elections, the 2024 European elections, we can see pirate movements having a bit of an introspection moment where they examine their priorities, what they want to do, who they are. And I think this process should also be addressed inside PPEU. I am very happy to have heard during this meeting also in person with some of the delegates ideas and some of them being quite close to what I personally think or what I know from the French Power Party, for example. So here I am quite officially calling for your support and input on anything which will have to do with PPEU's roadmap. The first step will be for the board to open discussion threads and facilitate this discussion, as well as harvest any input in order to put a clear pathway towards the collectively decided objectives. And as a result, it ties to the previous point, which was on the agenda about a structure. There is a soft consensus on the fact that PPEU needs to be more open and welcoming of people and initiative. We effectively need more persons to input time and effort in order to achieve those big collective goals that we will set. So once we have those, we will be able to also submit, hopefully the sooner the later, a tentative structure allowing people to acquire some leeway and how can I say, basically authorization to operate in order to conduct the projects we need to achieve our objectives. So here is maybe the time for you to give your opinion on what I'm presenting. Bear in mind that we will open these threads on discourse in order to make sure that everything is put into writing for our memory as well. And now the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the chair for opening the discussion, and I would like to ask you to raise your hands if you have any comments, questions, or ideas. Lucas, please.
Yes, no one is speaking or wanting to speak at the moment. I think I will start. I think we had a kind of similar discussion yesterday with the Young Pirates of Europe. And one of the conclusions we had was that we kind of have to create more titles for people to feel responsible for certain topics. So maybe that would be an idea for the board to gather more more people doing stuff by giving them some titles like head of something or stuff like that. And maybe also one thing I want to propose is that the board maybe should also look for interns who want to work and get experience in the first European party. And maybe that is also an opportunity to get someone or a group of people who are very enthusiastic and want to get some experience in exchange for free work. So that's maybe also a possibility to get more people to do the work, because I know from experience that normally the board is doing a lot and other people are hopefully supporting it, but if not, the board is basically doing all the stuff, and that's something which is not optimal. Normally the board should kind of delegate stuff and do some of the work, but not all of the work. So yeah, that would be a possibility to get new, especially young people, maybe think about that. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I see hand risen from Marco.
Yeah, so it is my understanding that basically the threads will be put up and the proposal will be submitted like also for the next council meeting. So it's not something immediate. Did I understand right?
Yes, the procedure is that this is discussion point and we have no formal motion to be passed. And the conclusions of the discussion will be brought to the next council meeting.
Okay.
Exile.
Try to speak. Just speak. You can speak. You can speak.
There's a micro.
You can speak. It's open.
Ah, you can. I can speak. Ah, fine.
So, sorry. Yeah.
Well, as we're going through a brainstorming, and my idea was the following: instead of nominating delegates from each member party for a council meeting, we should think of having the delegates or the council as a standing organization and not doing the delegations only for the council meeting. So having the delegation from each member party during the time in between also as a standing committee and to work and to make proposals.
Thank you very much for the contributions and for like us discussing the further procedure. Are there any more questions, comments, or inputs to this discussion? I mean, it would be certainly worthy for the next council meeting to have feedback for the board, how to prepare, how to progress further on. Marco, please speak.
Yeah, actually, there is a theme that I consider quite pressing and that probably would require collaboration between members, which is the AI topic. Because let's say that I was not, how can I say, I considered European Union's AI Act quite tame in on this topic, and I feel that there are some there is a lot of of stuff that is not considered with AI, especially regarding consumer protection. So I think that we should have a standing committee, but I'm not sure that this is the right place to do that, because we can do that also as collaboration between parties, of course. But probably if we do that under the European Party umbrella, that could be more effective.
Okay. Are there any more questions, comments, or otherwise to this particular topic? Lucas?
Yeah, I wanted to ask if there's a platform where the people gather working regarding that topic, like is there a thread on discourse or stuff like that, or is it planned to set up something like that?
Florian?
Yeah, I did post a thread on the discourse. I put the link quickly in the Jitsi. I'm posting it again. And additionally, we will forward a short form, which you can hopefully forward to some of your members to extend the range of inputs and reach we have. Thank you.
Alessandro?
Yes, thank you. So I don't. Let's take it. I mean, bear with me for a second. I don't want to ruin this great atmosphere. But the thing is, it's absolutely great that we do it asynchronous, online, whatever. And I'm here since I mean 2018, so just 6 years in the board, or at least collaborating to the European pirates, with the European pirates. And except, I mean, the only moment that I saw a very great effort materialize, apart from what we realized, but I saw the effort was in Strasbourg for the last Common European Election Program. I'm not judging the result. I'm judging what we achieved, what we was able to achieve, right? So despite we were there for 2 days, all there, we were able to prepare something, and we made a collective effort to make some, I mean, incomplete, not accurate whatsoever, but at least a political proposal, right? And this process is even more important and even more difficult because it's not a political proposal. So, because all of us has some political ideas, it's basically to create people involvement and another process, because we are talking about process. So honestly, I mean, I'm with you. I trust all of you. You're great people, but I don't think that this will end. No, this will end anywhere if we are not committed, real committed to do it, to make it happen. So what is necessary to me is a schedule, is something that we see, okay, let's have this practical thing. We will rejoin all together this way, or this way, this way, this time, this time, this time. Because if we have a schedule, we will think about it. We feel responsible about it, right? I mean, when Map told me, "Are you preparing the budget?" I say, "Oh yes, of course." and then say, okay, before the next board meeting, and I felt responsible for it, and I did it, right? Even if it last minute, but I did it. I put my time there. I mean, I put my effort there, no matter how, right? But I did it. And if we just see, we should, because I 100% with Florian, this discussion is very important, and a true reform, a true rebuild of our political movement, and also this part, this political party at European level should be done. But if we just say it, it won't happen. So my suggestion is the first thing first we should do is to create, let's say, what we are used to in the IT stuff. It's a backlog, right? We need to see, at least to imagine what we would like to achieve, and then work on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is actually a great task for the board, and I hope it will take it. But you are all free to actually participate in this effort. Are there any more comments to this topic, or maybe progress to the next one? I see no comments. So we are going to the next point on the agenda, which is way less funny. I would say it's very hard topic to be discussed, and very controversial. And from my personal experience from the European politics, this is highly divisive topic that is to be discussed. Is the national context and the interpretation of the situation still vary strongly among European countries? So with this perception, I would like to ask you specifically to keep in mind that we are all pirates, we are all working together, and despite we may perceive some particular things differently or differ in the opinions, we all want to work together without, let's say, without any negative impacts on our future cooperation. With that, I would like to ask the proposals or the authors of the proposal from the Greek pirates to introduce the motion. And please keep in mind that we are pirates, we are all friends, and we all stick to the code of conduct we have for our association.
Thank you, Nicholas. Can you hear me? Just to validate that. Okay, perfect. As the Pirate Party of Greece, we strongly believe that the European Pirate Party has greatly delayed to claim a concrete political stance against the ongoing genocide occurring in the Palestinian territories of Gaza, West Bank, and of course the expansion, the military expansion of such acts by the Israeli regime in the whole region, expanding to Lebanon, Syria, the conflict between Israel and Iran, which was also supported by the United States of America. So we believe that it's better to be late than being sorry. To at least now, after more than 1 year of the ongoing genocide, to have a concrete political stance against all those acts. So the motion we submitted is in accordance with first of all, the Israeli legislation against the actions of the Organization of the United Nations in the area, which acts were basically to provide food, provide medical health care to the victims of this war. secondly, we also refer to the president of the Palestinians letter to the United Nations about coming up to 1 year of those acts against the people of Palestine. And also, it was a last minute decision. I mean, it just occurred 3 days ago that the International Criminal Court issued warrants of arrest for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, who are the main responsible actors of all those of all that bad situation there. So we have the reasoning, which you may find attached, and so the motion calls for the very basic actions we believe we should take as the European Pirate Party to express our solidarity to both Palestinian and Israeli civilians who seek peace and justice, opposing to all those acts by the regime. We oppose the systematic violence and ongoing genocide against the Palestinian people and denounce all policies supporting such acts. We express also solidarity to the people of Lebanon and Syria. We reconfirm basically our commitment to the international law. We express our solidarity with Netherlands and all other ICC member states and denounce all threats against their sovereignty and safety. This goes with regards to the statement of a congressman of the US, because the Netherlands claimed that if Benjamin Netanyahu ends up in their country, that according to the issued warrant of arrest, they would proceed with arresting that person. And finally, we propose that we should address the conflict and explore pathways to peaceful coexistence in this council meeting, although we know that there are time constraints to lead to a decision. So we could, we propose that the board council could organize a dedicated council meeting for that particular reason, to lead in a collaborative effort of all participating member parties. So that's the motion. I don't know if you have any questions over it. You may find it online. So if you have any questions, let me know. Thanks.
Thanks for submitting the motion or introducing the motion. If I may ask you, could you please also send a link to the motion to the Jitsi chat so that everybody can properly read it? And if I may ask for a specific question for the discussion, for the sake of us being efficient, I would suggest we rather focus on declaring the position, because each of us or each of you council members is delegated as a member of some political party and therefore represents the, let's say, existing party positions, rather than prevent this into being like a lesson on the history of the respective region. With that, I'm transferring giving the floor to Philip from Swedish Pirates.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me fine. So personally, I don't see anything that's objectionable or notable in the proposals, like siding with civilians and upholding international law is all fine. But I wonder why this should be done at a collaborative level for the European pirates instead of being done each country or national party by themselves. As far as I know, the only other European political programs we have is the ones that are connected to the European election. Those are a very clear purpose. This to me just seems like we're limiting the national party's ability to act on their own. what's the rationale for doing this in a collaborative way instead of having each national party do it themselves?
We have technically submitted a motion declaring our position regarding the war of Russia against Ukraine. So I think it's procedurally admittable, although certainly Council can consider different topic or approach different topics differently, and it's certainly legitimate not to try to reach a joint statement on the European level. That's certainly a matter of subsidiarity that can be decided by the Council on a case by case basis.
Nicholas, may I respond or?
Yes, you may respond, and then I see in the line Marco.
Okay, so of course, every member party participating in the European Pirate Party is more than welcome to have its own political stances and decisions. But as the Pirate Party of Greece, we believe that the council meetings of PPEU are a great opportunity to present to the world how pirates of different countries, different even political backgrounds, can coexist in a space-time continuum to decide over a matter and come up with a common statement. We believe that it's a great dynamic of the pirate movement, what we are trying to pursue here today and in every council meeting. So that's why historically the Pirate Party of Greece always, whenever we are able to participate in the council meeting, we are always coming up with matters that we believe are greatly attributed to the pirate ideology, and we believe that the PPEU should collaboratively excuse me, decide upon that. Thank you. I also see there are other questions in the chat, so Mikulas.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks to the Pirate Party of Greece for being like diligent supporter of PPEU Council meetings and contributing with proposals and content for political statements. With that, I would give the floor to Marco, who raised hand in the Jitsi, and of course, if you want to your question to be read out, don't hesitate to raise your hand as well.
Yeah, my proposal is basically it's what Carl wrote. So I think that we should collaborate on this and have a proposal ready for the next council meeting. The problem with this is also that this goes a bit beyond the traditional pirate core topics. So at least for my position is that before giving an answer to this, I would need to bring this up to our assembly in Pirati. So I think also that we should be very careful on how we word our proposal, because how can I say, it's a very heated topic. So if we want to avoid being misinterpreted, we need to be very precise with the wording. And I think that collaboration on this topic will be very important to reach an agreeable and a position that is both strong and that can't be attacked with the straw man that I saw unfortunately being raised every time this topic is raised in a political discussion. So how can I say? I'm here as a delegate, but I mean, my personal position resounds a lot with yours, with the PPGR position. But as a delegate, I can't just approve it in the name of Pirati, just like that.
Yeah, I have to admit that personally, I very much also feel the situation similarly to your perception. But here I have to, or do I understand correctly, Marco? Your proposal that you actually propose to postpone the vote on the motion up to the next council meeting, and meanwhile establishing a working group in order to improve the phrasing. Is it what you wanted?
Yes.
So I guess it should be recorded to the minutes. Alessandro?
Yes, thank you, Miklos. I think that I would like to go a bit forward, a bit beyond on Marco's wording. That is, actually, of course, word is important, but the working group, in my opinion, is not only for wording. I'm very, very thankful to Thanasis and the Greek pirates to put this topic on the table. Not only because it's important, but also because it's a divisive topic. What I mean, I would like to explain. We shouldn't be aware or afraid to talk about divisive topics, because there are plenty of it in our society. Abortion, or I'm not say liberal against non-liberal economists. So we have quite a lot of divisive topics. But the thing is, we have two choices. We say we avoid divisive topics, so we are all united, right? Because it's easy. We have core values. We all stand there, and divisive topics are left outside. Or because we are pirates, and because we respect each other, we respect our cultures, our point of view, we don't want to avoid also divisive topics, and we would like to address them in a better way. How? Doing it. So the topic is on the table now. I also, I mean, if I were one of the delegates, if you were asking me, will you approve or not, I would say not because I'm against or I'm in favor, but because there is no discussion on it, right? And unfortunately, the council meeting is a good place to vote, where we all here, like Miklos can say, us, like the European Parliament session, where you have 1 minute to say something, and then I saw vote, 30 seconds, right? Then vote is closed, 50 seconds, right? But long beyond the scene, they were talking. I mean, at least I suppose they talked, right? They had committees, they talk, right? So this is a great occasion to put something on the table, but Marco proposal should go in this case. Open a discussion. The longest, the better, right? Because we cannot reduce complexity. Complexity is there. Complexity needs to be addressed, not reduced to simplicity, right? I'm also against where people are dying. I'm against all dies, right? Ukraine, Russian, Israeli, also Palestinian. It's a massacre, right? Every dies. And then, if you want to address a problem, we can do it. We should do it together. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanasis?
Okay, so to address what I understand as the proposal of Marco and Alessandro, it was something I actually wanted to propose in the previous voting about how we could be organized better and so on. I greatly understand that in order to get up to such a proposal, such a motion, and so on. We have to collaboratively work over it. And to be honest, the burden on this one falls over the Pirate Party of Greece, because we actually submitted it on the very last moment, first of all on the board meeting that happened 10 days ago, and then we had just 10 days to proceed with it. But of course, we all have our personal lives as well. So it was quite hard to, first of all, change the motion, because the previous one, okay, it had some problematic expressions in it. So, of course, the motions we submit from now on, I understand that they have to be submitted way earlier, probably even months before the council meetings that are coming up forward, so that all participating members could collaborate on it. If I may also respond to Thomas' goal about the question raised in chat, because it's linked to what I just stated here, Mikulas, can I?
Of course, please do.
Okay, so just to let everyone here know, the Pirate Party of Greece, I don't know if you remember, but at some point the Pirate Party of Turkey re-emerged out of nowhere, and we were greatly happy about it, because we immediately reached out to them. And back in 2021, if I remember correctly, we tried to reach out to the Pirate Party of Turkey, the Pirate Party of Israel, the Pirate Party of Tunisia, the Pirate Party of France, Italy, Catalonia, and Spain, in order to proceed with the organization of Pirate Parties Mediterranean. Because during that period in time, there were great concerns between the Greco-Turkish relationships, the Greco-Israeli relationships, and so on. Back in the day, sadly, we didn't receive any answer from the Pirate Party of Turkey. Even after that, they disappeared completely. The Pirate Party of Israel never reached out to us, so the only communication we managed to reach was just with particular people of the Pirate Party of France and Italy, and because of that, we didn't proceed at all. We were we couldn't proceed like that. I mean, we wanted to have all of those participating parties in the Mediterranean situation. So, for this purpose, we certainly believed that the Pirate Party of Israel didn't exist, because we tried to reach out to them and they never responded. So we had no communication. Of course, in the future, it may be reformed with the Pirate Party of Israel if they are, if they exist. I don't know. Okay, so for the next questions, Mikulas, I don't know, because there's great activity happening in chat, but before that, I also see a question from Keith.
Maybe rather than further diving into the discussion, do I understand your statement correctly, that you would be actually fine with the solution of postponing the motion, to debate about this motion further on, and meanwhile establish a working group that would further elaborate on it and improve the wording so that it's maybe better fitting for the respective cultural context of other countries besides Greece? Do I understand correctly?
Okay, if we end up on that solution, we'd like to at least, as this council meeting, condemn the ongoing genocide, to at least have that statement coming from this council meeting. If we are to postpone it, at least claim that. I don't know.
I certainly can put it to the vote, but to my knowledge, this is actually a matter of criminal investigation because there are actually some accusation of genocide raised against particular individuals. However, this was not yet decided by the court, so I'm not really sure whether we should, as a political assembly, assume the outcome of a court decision. But maybe we can have a, let's say, orientation vote whether actually we should take on this topic this resolution now or postpone it for the situation when we have more information. This proposal actually came from Florian, so one of the delegates would have to take it as a procedural or adopt it as a procedural motion. Marco, please.
Yeah, as a formal proposal, yeah, Pirati adopts this position that I think that this topic needs to be postponed to the next council meeting.
Okay, so there is a proposal coming from Pirate Party of Greece to condemn the genocide. As I've understood it, maybe you can provide the precise phrasing. Whereas there is a contradicting motion coming from Pirati to postpone the decision until the next council meeting to obtain more information. Do I understand correctly? I would like to ask both of you to actually provide the exact phrasing of your proposals.
Should we put it in writing in some thread?
Ideally, please put it in writing. The chat in Jiu-Jitsu is enough for that. We will further copy paste where needed.
Okay.
There is a hand risen from Thanasis, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to also respond to an answer posed by Keith about the opposition of the Pirate Party of Greece against the violence and aggression against Israelis and Jews. I just want to state that the Pirate Party of Greece, from the very first moment, and with that, I do not mean the very first moment, the 7th of October of 2023. I mean from the moment we actually saw about 1 million people, 1 million Israelis demonstrating against the Netanyahu regime back in the day. I think it had to do with a legislative measure posed by the government about court decisions. We understood that Israel is in great crisis with that person in the leadership of the country. By the moment we saw that Hamas attacked Israel on such a disgusting manner, with people even just enjoying their free time in a concert there and ending up being dead and abducted, raped. We straightforwardly proceeded to condemn all those actions because it's sad to see such actions occurring on people just enjoying their lives and their youth. So I just wanted to make it clear that the Pirate Party of Greece stands against every action that ends up in massacring. I just wanted to make it clear. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, I think it is hard for anybody who actually observes the situation more closely in the media, what's happening there, because the humanitarian crisis there is really harsh, and it was stated by the European Parliament and as well as many other international authorities already. I would specifically like to thank Thomas Gohl from German Pirates to be in touch with Pirate Party of Israel. I think it is very important, and I really hope that Pirate Party Israel is on set to become a strong force within the Israeli politics in order to ensure that Israel would fully adhere to international cooperation and international law, support the International Criminal Court and other international institutions. And I fully hope that Israeli Pirate Party would express a strong position compared to other Israeli parties, like for example Likud. But with that, I think we have phrasing of those two motions. So I believe we can put them to the vote. Is it so?
Let me vote.
Marco, please.
Yes, the fact is that one thing that I feel sort of compelled to say is that it is often not. One of the common misconceptions that I see in the media is that the situation seems to have started on with the Hamas attack on the October 7th, but. I have been a bit generic by talking about the Palestinian-Israeli situation because regardless of how someone can feel about it, we need to remember that it's something that has been going on for a long time. It's not something that has been going on for 1 year. I mean, it's at least 60 years that there is a situation of conflict in the area. So that's also why I believe that if we want to have an incisive position, we cannot just start from a moment in time and consider only what happened after that. We need to consider the whole history. So that's why I've been generic with talking about Israeli-Palestinian situation.
Okay. Thanks. Maybe let's not dive that much into the historical aspects, because anyway we have the motions prepared. As I've understand the phrasing, the motion from Pirate Party of Greece is phrased conditionally, which means if the council cannot decide. That implies that we should first vote on the motion number 1, the one coming from Pirati. And if this one is not passed, then we shall vote on the. If the first one is passed, then the second one
should be voted. Should be voted. Because if we postpone, the second stance, if we postpone, then at least we have this. If we don't postpone,
okay. So if the first one passes, then
we will have a second vote on the proposal.
So we will have the second vote proposal. Okay, so I'm rephrasing it once again. If the first motion passes, then we have the vote on the second proposal. If the first motion falls, then we will not have the vote on the second proposal, but we vote the original proposal as it stays. Yeah, so that's the procedure. Does everybody understand the procedure? So if first motion passes, we vote on the second motion. If the first motion falls, we vote on the original motion of Greek pirates. So now we are voting on the postponement. Yes or no? Please state your position. I guess we have already the respective link. Please vote in, follow the respective link in the HSC chat, and yeah, ideally, please vote within 2 minutes, upcoming 2 minutes, because then we would like to close the votes. Okay, so I believe everybody casted the vote, so we can close it and declare the results. Okay, so the motion is clearly adopted. We will provide you the exact number immediately. But with this result, I believe we can go to the second step, which is the vote on the Greek motion where is the exact phrasing? I would like to ask Florian to provide the link to the second vote to the GC chat. There is a second vote if on the, let's say, the alternative Greek motion. And the results are 15 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 no for the first vote.
It's updated, just
Okay, it's 14 in favor, 1 abstention, 3 against. And there is a hand risen from Samuel. Please speak.
YP abstained as well. That's 2 votes.
So now we are voting on the second motion. Technically, the discussion was already postponed by the first motion. So I would I would like to ask you to proceed to the vote without further discussion. I would say on the topic, like you can still provide the comments regarding like technicalities, like not working discourse or whatever. I would like to close the vote because we are, I believe we have all voted. So if there has anybody not yet voted, please do so as soon as possible. So I believe I can close the vote, and I would like to ask the scrutiny to calculate the results. Please be fair. I know this is hard decision, so please check it correctly.
Okay, so we triple check this time, and it means me, Florian, and Sarah. So we have 4 votes in favor, 7 abstains, and 5 against.
Okay, thanks for that. My understanding of our statutes and rules of procedure is that for motion to be passed, you need a simple majority, which means more yes than no, which means that this motion was not passed. As the previous motion postponed the discussion to the next council meeting, I believe we are done with this point, and I would like to invite everybody to work further on to prepare better motion for the upcoming council meeting within the working group. With that, I'm leaving this topic to the board to further work on it and lead this initiative. And I would like to move to the next point on the agenda, which was supposed to be election of board position, but that's basically because we have probably not really checked the agenda we are approving, and we have approved one point on the agenda twice. So I believe I can easily skip it because there is nothing to elect or nobody to elect, and we can go to the last part of the meeting, which is basically closing the meeting and any other business. And within any other business, there is a request to do endorsement of the Stop Destroying Video Games European Citizens Initiative. So I would like to ask the authors of the motion to actually present this one.
Hello again. We have been contacted to support this European Citizen Initiative file about stopping the destroyage of video games. This initiative ties quite well with the pirate agenda because underlying topics are the right to own and copyright. Basically, these people have gathered a good amount of volunteers and support behind their topic. They will aim to collect the remaining signatures in order for the proposal to be taken up by the European institutions. And following a call we had with them yesterday, we would like to recommend the support of all members to this initiative. We will, of course, push it forward in the PPEU communications, and we would like to invite you to have a short discussion or first reactions to this. I am going to put the thread containing the details on the discourse. Is it on the Jitsi already? Okay, I'm adding it on the Jitsi, and I'm inviting you to take a few minutes to read it. I'm giving back the floor to Mikuláš, which will come back to you in a few minutes once we have read through the proposal.
I think you're thinking of an indicator vote, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, are there any questions, comments, and so on? If so, please raise your hand as usual. If not, the idea is we would like to have just like an indicative vote on this one, whether you wish the board to support it. It's just an indicative vote. Lucas, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think that's a no-brainer for pirates because it's a very core pirate topic, and as German pirates, we already supported them and had good experiences with them. So I think the European pirates should also support them, and yeah, it's a topic we kind of get maybe some more publicity by it, and also maybe we can push that topic forwards by supporting them. Yeah.
Raman?
I think that it is important to elaborate on the fact that the Czech Pirate Party does support this initiative and has endorsed it. But I would, however, like to ask about some questions that maybe somebody could answer regarding the feasibility of ECI, namely if the creators have envisaged a specific form of legislation, namely whether a directive or regulation would be effective to pursue this aim. And since essentially providers of video games would be required to support this to support the video games, is there any specific like time limit, like should their servers like run support on it forever, or will there be some sort of proportionality assessment done, or how would it sort of work in practice? Because if you have online games, then basically this initiative would be creating an obligation for video game companies to allocate spaces on their servers for basically an infinite duration of time to make sure that the games will be able to run efficiently.
May I let Florian to answer?
Yes, the persons in charge of this initiative will give us a nice one-pager detailing specifically how they intend to carry this process through and what the intended results are. What I can say following the presentation they said was that they have an understanding where if you manage to apply some regulatory things over an editor, oftentimes they will automatically deploy it elsewhere. They took the example of this where South Korea regulated loot boxes in Apex, and automatically EA, the publishing company, rolled out the modifications to all other geographical areas. Concerning the ECI itself, it is of course not a given, but if it is above the threshold, it will automatically translate into a legislative proposal. What is possible, though, is that the volunteers will not stop their activism and see it through, and we already know that we can have a few relays inside the parliament, namely through Marketa, if only. So yeah, there's no guarantee. It's a bit too soon yet to know in which format it will be implemented in the legislation, but the first step in which we are asked to participate is to get the proposal above the threshold for it at least to be considered.
Marco?
Yeah, I would just want to point out one thing since, I mean, I've been the proponent of already 2 ECIs. So the fact is that the ECI proposals need to be quite generic because they are not laws in itself. They are basically initiatives. So the fact is that if the threshold is reached, then the EU Commission needs to present it to the European Parliament. But the European Commission theoretically could also strike it down. The advantage in any case is that there would be a public discussion on the matter and the Commission would have to say why they are against the proposal. So the point is that this kind of details, even which form it should get, is something that would be taken on later than the if, how can I say, in a successive stage to when the ECI is approved, to when it reaches the threshold.
Okay. Are there more questions? Because otherwise I would let Florian to run the poll whether to support it. Thanasis?
Thank you, Mikulas. I would just like to state that we believe that this should also be posed for more work, collaborative effort of our parties in order to also come up with better reasoning on why we support this motion. For example, this is a very common practice of the system and consumerism to produce products that do not last so that consumers will be forced to consume more. That would be one reason, for example. So, of course, I am in favor of this motion, but I also think that we could formulate a more a greater reasoning about our support over it. Thank you.
Okay, Florian, maybe you want to react on it.
Yes, thank you. It is a very good point you have, Thanasis. The persons carrying the motion are very much aware of this consumerism problem and corporate power we are facing. So in their mind, this initiative is only the first step to be taken on these matters of ownership and copyright, which can be extended to a lot of other consumer goods. So as soon as this one meets a success, we can pretty much get into the following ones. So yeah, it's a first step and it's a great opportunity for us to build ties with people who are completely aligned with the targets in this.
Perfect. I see no further questions, so maybe I would ask to open the poll. Please do. And And if you don't mind, I would actually like to present you something. I promise I will not delay you from the lunch more than like 10 minutes. So meanwhile, I would maybe transfer the sharing to Florian, and the result of the poll will be announced after that presentation.
Yeah, understand.
So just first of all start sharing my screen.
Okay, so while Nicholas is getting set up, little reminder, the points will be for Nicholas to present the work done to promote the pirates. Okay, and can some of you confirm that you can see Mikolas's screen?
You can see me, but you cannot hear me. It's better.
Okay, and now voice is Flash.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I mean, this is a project that was close to my heart for already quite some time in before, and after not being re-elected to the European Parliament, we finally, together with this group of friends, mostly those who worked with me in the Parliament, we finally kind of like almost managed to have it done. Basically, it should serve as a sort of like a guideline for citizens of Europe, not just politicians, but literally for everybody, how to get oriented in the European politics. What you probably know from the European Parliament are those famous screens, because there you see how it looks like. It appears on the stream from the European Parliament. That they just like give you this indicative infographics of the meeting room, where the green points explain who was voted in favor, and the red points who voted against. You usually don't know where your MEP sit, and mostly you don't know who is your MEP. So most likely this infographics will tell you just that particular report was passed. This is actually like the one from Dieselbahn, so you probably get no clue who is the Lisa and how it actually happened. But like this is what the European Parliament provides you. The other thing they provide you is on the European Parliament webpage, you can find actually results of the vote. Unfortunately, it's either PDF or XMLs. The PDFs that are better human readable look like this. You see like a list of like a content. There are all the amendments all together. Each of them numbered, but you don't really know what exactly means amendment number 5 or 6. Eventually, using this content in this 500 pages old PDF, that's the usual size, you will find who will in favor of particular amendment, who was against. So you know the names, but really, I mean, most of the journalists, unless you really provide them specific guideline how to get there, they are unable to find it. So that's why the European politics is kind of like obscure, but we decided to a little bit work on that and create a sort of like a simplistic solution. Basically, we take the XMLs, we parse the data, and we visualize them in this form. The intention is not to do it for every single vote which is there, because that wouldn't be interesting, but rather to kind of like just focus on the important one. With the perception that we would like to pick those which are really like most important, like the budget, like the precisely above mentioned diesel ban, the copyright directive. That would be the type of things we would like to present. Basically, I would prefer to have like 5 to 10, maybe 15 from each of the plenary that happens one single month. I mean, so far we are able to read the data, we are able to parse them, we are able to, as you see, draw the graphics, even show some faces. We are not yet in the phase that the party logos would be uploaded into the database, so we still a little bit miss some data. That's why all are marked like Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, but that will eventually change. With this being able to be painted, basically, we are also working on web page where there will be like a detailed description what exactly the vote was about, what's the diesel ban, how is it connected to the outer reality, and so on. We would like to use the AI for some like machine translation so that it should be available for each of the country in Europe in each respective language. So ideally you would see the Czech, or I would see the Czech MEPs over there with the Czech description, but you may see the Dutch ones with the Dutch description and so on. Basically all the data are provided by the European Parliament, so it's just like a bit of matter of like the visualization, and then subsequently sharing on the social media so that it is available across Europe. I mean, we have run so far a similar project within the previous election term. Basically, there was a Twitter account, most of you probably know, that was operated by some people within the European Parliament. And there were just like the infographics specifically for Czech Republic, because they were mostly produced manually, and it was not the capacity of us to actually translate them to all the languages. Now the intention is that we would like to have them like prepared for really every single country in Europe, because it will be prepared in an automated way. And besides having the overview of how your particular national MEPs voted, there should be also an indication how the European political parties voted. So, for example, you will find there an indication how Pirates voted, how Greens voted, how Volt voted, and so on, precisely to inform the people from countries where there are, for example, Pirates not present, that Pirate position is this or that. As said previously, we very much rely on, we have no big money to actually push this project further on. So we really rely on the social media and on your ability to share the content across Europe. So the moment we are finished with this, which should be hopefully within, let's say, a month, I would say, hopefully we would have it on the December plenary of the European Parliament, or the January plenary of the European Parliament. We would like to send you out the respective references to the web page and show you, and then you are basically free to share it. The more you share it, the more grateful we will be for like delivering the information. Basically, yeah, it's work in progress. If you can, please keep in mind this particular web page, the respective email, and also we are for now creating Twitter handles for each of the respective countries. We decided to start it with Twitter, but certainly we are up to go for Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and other similar social media. So I mean, like, it's a work in progress on like making Europe more transparent, but eventually it hopefully will happen, and it will happen only with you, provided that you help us to get the outreach and the attention. So that's for me. I mean, like, if there are any questions, I'm up to answer. Otherwise, yeah, that's it. I know what's the question. If there is a question. You are chairing.
Yeah, Lucas?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank for the introduction, because like I have an echo at the moment. Plus? No, not anymore. We were already considering such a project in Germany for the pirates. So I think we can easily just use what you are providing for us. And I just wanted to clarify, you said that you will send out some data to us. Do we just get access to it, or how can we use it? Is it like open for everyone, or just pirates, or yeah?
It will be open for everybody. Basically, the webpage you have seen will have the respective metadata for being shared on the social media, and you just can find whatever you are interested in and share it on the social media. So basically, there will be no hidden section. We are not asking people for subscription. We are not there will be no paywall, nothing like that. Basically, the idea is to make it as open as possible. I'm still a bit torn about how to do the financing, in the sense that I was considering to apply for some sort of like a public funding to make it like a common good. The other option would be to provide, basically there some sort of like an advertisement and let the advertisers to pay for sharing, for us sharing the information about our political effort, which I'm a bit more inclined to make happen, because at the end of the day, it's good if you do not have to use your party resources, and rather can some like private company pay for your stuff.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? It seems like not. It is not the case. So I am closing this point. I am informing you that 9 persons voted on the ECI poll, all of them in favor of the board supporting the initiative. So it will be taken into account. Thank you very much. And we are then moving on to the final greetings. I will transfer back the sharing to Mikuláš after saying one big thank you to all of you for coming, participating, and yeah, the expression of interest in the form of political motions, questions, advice on how to go forward, and how can I say, the main task of the PPEU is very great to have, and yeah, on that, Mikuláš, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for having the opportunity and the honor once again to chair the council meeting of the European Pirate Party. I have to admit that for me it is really important, because as much as I may be personally disappointed by some particular issues within my own pirate branch, I still consider this organization to be my pirate party, and I'm proud of it, and proud of having opportunity to participate in it. So yeah, once again, great applause for the European Pirate Party. Yeah, there is one more hand risen by Yorgo from Swiss Pirates. If you want to say something, or then I guess we can officially declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much for participating, and who are
Picture.
Picture. No, don't leave. Now is the great time to kind of turn on your camera and overload the Jitsi server. So please do that. Then you have to, if you have no camera, you have to come to somebody else who has a camera.
I can get my camera, but it's faster if I just try someone else.
Oh yay! Well, I see only half of the people have already switched on the camera, so please switch on the camera. One of the exiles already switched on the camera, the other is still like not doing that. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. We do the best. Okay, good. Okay, it's mine. Look at the camera and smile. Done. Thank you.
Okay. So once again, we made European Pirate Party great again. Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you for participating. For those who are on site, I believe we will still have the opportunity to go for lunch. For the others, like I wish you bon appetit and hope to see you next time, hopefully in February.
Thank you. Bye bye.